All right, so thank you very much for being here this evening. I'm very pleased to start with you a new course, which is really focused on customer insight and strategic intelligence. So first of all, I'd like to see with you if everything works well. Before we move forward, I'd like to see if you can maybe close your micro once you're not discussing, and on the other side, put your camera on so that we could see each other when there is a possibility to interact. If is okay with you? Okay, so we will use, of course, the online platform Zoom for this first session, but we will also use another platform that's called WooClap. I don't know if you use it before, or if in your professional life or in the courses at Solvay, but I'd like you to connect to WooClap by typing wooclap.com and see if it works with the specific code bar you have there, or the name of the platform questionnaire. Could you do that?
Yeah, I'm doing this.
I'll check with you. Okay, I have already 10 participants on the WooClap. Perfect. So it works. And we will have a first question to see if it works well. Let me check and open it. All right, an easy question. How do you feel now? Okay, I have 19 participants right now, and I have 11 answers to the question, and I will share it so that you could see the results too. I'll share the screen with the results. Yes. Do you see the results on the platform now? So among the 15 who answered the question, I have a lot of happy participants, and some of them very energetic, one at least. Very good. And of course, we understand that you had your journey already today with your work. So some of you are quite exhausted, which I understand too. But we will try to have as possible interactive session to make your evening quite a happy evening. Thank you. for joining this WooClap. So we will have several questions here and there during the session to have more interactivity if possible. Okay, let me share again the other presentation. All right. Do you see my presentation here?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. Let me put it in full screen so it works better. Okay. Right. So about me, so I don't know if some of you have met me previously, but my name is Claire. You can call me Claire, very easy. Privately, I have three adults as children, and I am a grandmother now with one child as a grandchild. I come from Belgium, of course. But I'm very international in heart. I'm very much interested in different kinds of sports activities. So when we are in Vietnam, I know my period in Vietnam will be limited, but if we can share a sport activity, perfect. In terms of environment, I'm very eco-friendly, i.e. very eco-conscious for a long time already. So we'll try to also understand, I like this quotation, there is no Wi-Fi in the forest, but I promise you will find a better connection. So I think it's very important to have both an implication with technologies, and we'll do that in the course, of course, but also get sometimes some Zen attitude, some reflection, and maybe go in the forest to get that. Also, during the course, I will also have references in terms of quotations, because I think past gurus tries always or helps us always to understand present situation. You have my contact. You can send me an email anytime you have a question or a difficulty in understanding anything. So please feel free to connect me in this email address. And professionally speaking, I am both it's what we call a pracademics professor at different universities, but also a consultant in helping companies internationalize through their marketing strategy. So this is a few words about me before we start the course. I know we are 20 around, let me check how many we are today. We are 28, so there are 23 already present. I would like you to choose as a getting to know each other, to choose one image that represents you best in this image, and shortly tell me about why you chose that image. You can do that ideally in the conversation section. So please do that, because we will not have time to have the 23 participants explain, but later on I will look at that personally so that I can understand you a little bit better. So take a few moments, choose your image that best represents you, and type on the conversation or chat area. Tell me the image and tell me why you chose that image. Please take your time now. No more than one minute, please. Thank you, Tram, for starting. Or Lee, I don't know which name I should use. Tell me, oh, just write the name also I can use to call you, because I know you have different sections in your names and maybe I don't use the correct one. Come on, the others. I just have one. You need to do it quite quickly, please. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Min. What about the others, please, quickly? Okay, thank you. Pan or Hugh? See, there are mothers here too. All right. Well, for the others, please continue so that I have all your images and why it reflects you. But as I see, it's a bit slow and we don't have much time. Let's continue with the course. Yes, so let me check if I can. Okay, so in this course, we will have different objectives. The first one will definitely be to apprehend how we can get insights to help make better decisions in today's environment. Also, we have quite a good understanding about how and why data can be transformed into insights, really helping us formulate and adjust different strategies. We will also have a connection with how to identify different questions in the kind of hackathon we'll have in the last part, and being able to identify what are key questions in a specific issue, and also also collect data in order to improve our performance or our innovations in different contexts. And finally, we will definitely have different tools for the different parts linked to the data management, so to speak. But we will regard this as a information, as an objective to have an influence in the market. So this is why we will have a game that is called Spheres of Influence, and I will explain later on what it consists of. Our journey together, we have 2 sessions today and tomorrow, where we will have most of the concepts that will help us and guide us in this data management and insight management for our marketing strategies. Then we will meet, luckily we will meet on Friday for a first session, which will be the start of the hackathon. The hackathon is called Spheres of Influence, big name, but it will be really how we could have an influence strategy for a specific company or specific organization, and how in this game, I will present it Friday at the beginning of the session, how we will have different activities during this game to help the company we will represent solve the issue at stake. So Friday, we start with the hackathon instructions. We have also a guest speaker that comes from the market research environment in Vietnam. And Saturday and Sunday, we will definitely, in groups, start to focus on the different axes, different parts that are necessary to design an influence strategy. So you will have different instructions for different activities. And after the session, you will have to upload your results, your reflections in the groups. And the final presentation will take place Sunday afternoon, where you will be able to communicate your messages for the specific company you represent. We have a post session where we will discuss how you have integrated the different comments, how the collaborative activities worked, and how we can kind of extract the most important concepts from this course. Okay, so we have both online and offline session. The offline session will be group session. I will be there to guide you and also to provide feedback on your different productions, but it will be definitely in groups that you will have to tackle this hackathon during the 3 days I will be there. If you have any question during the presentation, feel free also to put them in the chat box, and I will try to continue and provide more insights or provide more details about your question. Okay, clear until here? Activities. So we have different activities. We have actually 5 activities that will be in group, and we will have a final activity which will be individual. This activity will consist in a survey that you will have to answer, particularly dedicated to your to how you have lived this experience, this hackathon experience, and also how much or what are your ideas in improving this activity. The resources you have at your disposal are all on the platform, on the Solvay platform, where I will always put all my presentations. So the PowerPoint presentation you will have access to. I also put different reference books that I think interesting to dig into the topic, and also different articles that you might or might not read according to your interest in different parts or different sections of the course. Also, all the instructions, sometimes some videos will be accessible. So please connect to the platform. You will have the different sessions where I mention what could be read or what should be read in order to provide a better understanding of the situation. All right. So we have also, of course, a methodology for evaluating your course implication engagement. The individual evaluation will be a booklet, as I mentioned, spheres of influence, individual kind of survey. And you will have also a group assignment that will represent 70% of your grade. So 30% come from your individual, 70% from the group activity. What skills are necessary for these activities? Of course, just a moment, please. Of course, it will be reflecting on different questions, having a visionary kind of proactive attitudes. It will also be the integration of your different concepts, the ones I give you during the course, and more importantly, the critical view, critical analysis of the different questions at stake. Collaboration is important. I know you like to collaborate in groups in Vietnam. So collaboration and the way you will kind of divide the concept, the activities in the groups are very, very important. Okay, is it clear for everyone? You can just thumb up if it's clear for you, so I know everything is fine. Okay. All right, let's continue then and enter directly into the first part of the course, which will be divided into different sections. The first one being, how do we understand different issues, different questions we have in our professional lives in a specific situation, understand them and frame a process to improve our understanding of it and improve our resolution of this problem. So we will definitely understand the goals of the company, the cycle of information, the scope of our scanning process, and opt for external, internal sources of information. So that's a big part. How do we frame, how do we collect data in order to solve different issues? Then we have a session on how do we analyze and how do we decide, act on this data we have collected. So it will definitely be focusing on how much these insights can be actionable for our companies and for the issues we have in companies. And finally, we will have a session dedicated to influence. How do we proactively act on the market, act on the environment, communicate on the environment to influence on a specific or in a specific direction? And sometimes, how do we react when there is a crisis? How do we manage crisis internally and externally within organization? So this is the full content of what we learn together. And we will go step by step in this overall content. Okay, let's start with first, let's go back to WooClap maybe to have a interactivity now. So for those who weren't there, please connect to wooclap.com and you will be able to answer the question too. So let's go for the first question. I'll put maybe for those who were late here, this is where you need to go, wooclap.com, and select CC24. Those who were not there the beginning of the session, and we will open the next question for those who were already there, and we will be able to answer individually. Okay, let's go. Attention, on me voit, on me voit, on me voit. All right, question here. All right. Let's see if we can share the results. Okay. So do you see the results in the screen now? Can you see the result, please? Can you answer?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So the first question was about how do you consider the speed of change in your personal environment? So I have different answers. Some of you mentioned a very high speed or high speed. So 11 people answered that, while some see very little speed in the change. So can someone from very high speed explain why he or she chose that answer?
Yeah, hi, Professor. Hi, everyone. I chose the very high speed, and I would like to answer this.
Okay.
I'm working for fashion industry, and we all know the fashion change very fast because we have to compete with fast fashion, design fashion, niche fashion, and every type of fashion, and the behavior of consumer change day by day. So every time something happen on the internet, which change the way that people react to some kind of fashion change, we have to adapt immediately. No question. Because if we don't, we lose a lot of customer and we lose a lot of target audience that may be our potential client for in the future because they assume us as a boring brand or not relevant to them and they will never look back at us anymore. So it's a very high speed change to me.
All right. Very good. It has changed, of course, the fashion industry. It was not that before. And as you say, due to the fast fashion, which is good or not good, we will not argue on that. But definitely the consumer behavior is very, very changeable. Yes, someone from low speed now, please.
I'm Sandy. I'm choosing the low speed because I'm working in the manufacturing. So
In the what?
our company is like manufacturing. So we produce the shoe for Nike. So in that environment, like the people mindset, very like slow. And every time when they repeat doing a same thing, they refer to repeat it. And if they need to make a change, they would like to make the very small change. So that's why I feel that I'm working in the environment that very slow because I'm a marketing person, and I can like see that the people around in my company, they're very slow and don't want to change. Don't want to change the mindset.
Yeah, okay. So the question is not the people, it's about the change in the environment, okay? So I understand you being a supplier to a big brand, you feel like the speed of change is not very high. Okay, someone else wants to provide his view, either from low or either from high? Okay, no. So let's go for next question. How is your organization able to answer this speed of change? Now it's about how the speed of change in the environment is either low or high, but how much you are able to answer this, or your organization, to answer the speed. Please answer. So 12 participants out of 26, please go ahead and answer more quickly, please. And let's see what were the results. Very, very distributed into the different possibilities. I see. So I see one is answering much quicker than competitors. Can we have your comment on why do you think your organization is really answering much quicker?
Um, Hello, Professor and everyone. My name is Louis, and
Okay,
I'm
Louis.
the one who answer much quicker than the competitors because I'm saying this with pride. I am working for channeling the industry standard of the blockchain industry in terms of oracles, and we create the standard for this industry. So I'm saying we are answering much quicker than our competitors in the industry and in the competition in general.
Okay, I understand that very good. Thank you, Louis. Someone from much lower than other competitors.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm working for a real estate developer because we are quite established, and we do our business in a very slow environment because housing is a basic need of human. It doesn't have much change from the prehistoric time to now. People still need a place to live. So my company made quite success in the past. So they think that it has been a secret formula for them. So they don't mind to change, and they mind changing. And even when the smaller developer, they do a lot of new things and apply the new technology. The senior management think that is just static. And the strategy is still there, and they are on track, so they don't want to change.
Okay. Okay. All right. So you think there are better competitors on the market right now than your organization?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go for another question. How complex are the changes in your professional environment? Okay, we have 14 answers up to now. All right, let's see the results. Okay, so there is a trend towards complex, moderately, or very extremely complex. Can I have someone from moderately complex, please? And can I have someone from extremely complex?
Hi class, I'm Harvey. So I choose extremely the complex. So I working in the very class, the company, multiple companies. So I experience the change of in my the company is the culture, because the organization knows the culture, they don't want to change. So that's why if the some of the staff they want to change, but the culture in the organization they don't want to change. And the second reason is the process in our in my company is very complex to change.
Okay, but the
Yeah.
culture, you're talking about your company culture.
Yeah.
Okay, it's not really the question. The question is how complex the changes in the environment are, not within your organization.
Yeah. That.
Okay, can I
Yeah.
have someone from extremely complex?
Yeah, so based on your question, I understand that you want to ask about the environment as a whole, not any company or industry, right?
Your company, your company, what's happening in the environment and how complex it is changing.
Oh, to me, it's extremely complex because, as you know, the fashion industry is just one people left, they can kick the brick off the wall and everything collapse. It's super complex here, and one change can change a lot of other companies. Like one race, just one company race with the supplier, or the supplier changing the price, or the behavior of the market shifting to other e-commerce platform can be a whole disaster for the whole industry. It's so complex, and we have to prepare for everything. So worst scenario, best scenario for every case of crisis, because one crisis can put our company down to the earth and no one gonna buy us again. It's super complex and dramatic here.
Do you see any difference in between complex and complicated?
Complicated and complex. I might not understand what you mean, Professor.
Complex would be more like interactions from different angles. Complicated is like it's the opposite of simple. Do you see? A
Yes, I see now.
simple addition or a complicated addition. Simple will be like 1 and 1, 1 plus 1. Complicated will be 7 numbers to add, while complex is like 1 divided by, or 7 divided by 2 plus 3. This will be mixing different types of reflections, so to speak. So complexity is one phenomenon different than being complicated. But no problem. We will discuss this in the course. Don't worry. Okay, let's go for another question. What is the innovation level of the changes in your professional environment? In other words, how much innovation exists in your environment, in your professional environment? Okay, always very quick ones with the 13 first votes, and the rest doesn't come quick, but never mind. We'll check what the first ones are showing. Again, very diverse answers. Okay. Can I have someone from extremely innovative, and why?
Hello, I'm Lizzie from Red Communications. So I
Yes,
work in
Vicky.
an ad agency, so that's why I think the changes in my company, we should be uh, keeping always innovative and keep our mind fresh, as well as the channels and the ways we approach our target audience in terms of to catch their attentions, because right now the market is very noisy. So and they have so many different kind of assets that they can get into. So we need to find more new ways, more kind of storytelling, more visually appealing, more influencers to get to them more effectively. Yeah, that's why we constantly have to find new ways to reach to our customer effectively.
Very good. In your business, it's also a question of being creative.
Yes.
So creativity and innovation are two different aspects, but I also understand you need to put forward and try to find new innovative ways to get to your audience. Very good. Can I have someone from not innovative at all, or simply slightly innovative? Hello, hello. One that answered not innovative at all or slightly innovative. Can you share with us why you opted for that possibility?
Hello, Professor and everyone. My name is May. I'm brand manager. In the past, I handle Colos babies of veterinary companies and contribute $80 billion. Actually, the dairy industry's market is very competitive. To maintain a leading position, brands must always have a competitive strategy for brand from price and ATL BTL activity to compete with competitor. So I create the innovative campaigns to enhance the market share. And recently, I built a premium segment. When the premium segment happened, the companies increase the sales growth and market share and become open the new segment to fight with competitor.
Okay. Not sure I understood it very well, but someone else for slightly innovative?
Hello, Professor.
Yes, hello.
Yes, I am we. I working for the pharmaceutical. Also the environment is quickly change, and special is marketing is very quickly change. But we cannot change, and a lot of because we are limited because by the pharmaceutical law of the demand.
Okay, yes, it's a good example. Of course, you need to be innovative for your production of medical solution, but it's for quite a long time. All right, very good. Thank you for answering. Yes, let's go back now to the course content, and I will share the presentation. All right. Yes. So are we? Can you see the PowerPoint presentation now? Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the first, we will try to understand now what are the drivers in the environment that push us to accelerate our focus on data management and customer intelligence, so to speak. The first driver is really to make sense of the knowledge economy. If we look at this definition provided by two sociologists, we understand that the knowledge-based economy is an expression coined to describe trends towards greater dependence on knowledge, information, and high skill levels. So the knowledge economy, which is growing at an astonishing pace, refers really to an economy built around ideas, around intellectual capital, from software to patents, including innovative products, and really driven also by technology. So this is the first driver that is very important to consider. The second driver is really what we call the VUCA environments. Companies operate in industries where the fundamental rules of the game are changing fast. So the VUCA is really acronym concept that stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity of the world after the Cold War. And the business environment, these concepts really helps us to understand and manage erratic market, political and economic conditions, which makes it more difficult for us leaders to make decisions. And there are positive impact of the VUCA and negative impact of the VUCA. An example of positive complexity is a product that can go viral very, very quickly with the internet and becoming quite an internet sensation. So the technology helps to create an innovation and to make that innovation very relevant on the market. But on the other side, there are negative aspects of the VUCA. For instance, the Brexit in Europe, where a country decides to disconnect from another group, makes it more complex for a Tunisian food vendor, so someone who is exporting to Europe and to Brexit, to England, for instance. So it makes it very much more difficult for him to reach the audience due to a political and economic situation. So the third driver is, of course, linked to disruptive technologies. These are innovations that have the capacity to transform a whole business into one with products that are more accessible and affordable. Therefore, gathering information about potential disruptive innovations before they disrupt a business might be very much relevant either to participate in the disruption or to protect your business, so to speak. So there are different drivers that push us to really focus on the adaptation of data and customer intelligence. So for instance, this disruptive technologies, you've seen them in different industries. They are prompting companies to constantly adapt. An example from Nike, connecting sneakers to the Internet of Things, or FedEx launching SensorWare, which is a new next generation information service that combines a GPS sensor device and a web-based collaboration platform, allowing customers, particularly in the healthcare and life sciences, to monitor the temperature, to monitor the exposure to light, the humidity, for instance, of the product that is being transported. You have also Netflix. You know Netflix, the largest player in video streaming services, which is collecting complete details of the viewing patterns of each of us as subscribers and coming up with recommendations really to get also to get into original programming, so innovation in the programming too. You have also Nilfisk from an industrial perspective, concluding partnership with Carnegie Robotics, really also to enable intelligent cleaning products. So you see in different industries, you have this impact of the technologies, the disruptive technologies. And finally, I can also mention the importance of influencers. So in most of the industries, you see also that influencers are being much more powerful and much more impacting the different brands and pushing sometimes to crisis and the necessary crisis management. Another driver number 4, is big data. The key vector for the rise of the big data is really the digitization of the information. So standard conceptions of big data focus on various V's. You are talking about the volume, the velocity, the value, the veracity, and the variety of the data. Big data is often captured, so a lot of data capture or integrated and sometimes used in real time, and can come in the form of structure or unstructured, which is more complex to quantify. And you know, photographs, video, images, emails, text messages, and so forth are much more difficult to connect with each other and to detect the data from these unstructured formats. But we must be aware that they form about 90% now of the digital universe. So it's important to be able to connect and make sense of this data. It can increase by several orders of magnitude, this big data, and it takes time to analyze, of course. As an example, the NASA in the US, it processes no more than 5% of the big data it collects. So it shows how much it's really voluminous, and how we must need intelligent help, like AI, for instance, to make sense of this big data. This impacts, of course, the companies, and I invite you later on to check how much data is generated every minute. There is a graph here who shows several billions of results that appears all the time. Just to put the word Ukraine as a keyword, it generates so many results. And you need to understand that, for instance, the results from one platform doesn't give the same results as in another platform, because the algorithms are changing and they are not built in the same way. So we need to really understand and reflect on these data collection. It provides what we call infobulance, a lot of information where sometimes we can't have a way. So it really affects the manager's decision-making. Managers, they have access to an incredible amount of information, but at the same time, they are very much drowning in it. Another problem is paralysis by analysis. One can have so much information that it will be either impossible to process or will block us down in the process. So organizations face a huge challenge in departing from data sitting in silos within organization, but also from this incapacity to collect the right data or in this incredible amount of information. And too often, valuable data simply isn't accessible or available in the companies. Most databases aren't designed for rapid change and they lack flexibility. Still, organizations really need to interconnect the data more and more with business partners and inside also the company. And finally, as business landscapes become increasingly networked, there is a tendency to move from top-down to team-centric management of the information. And particularly with the new generation of millennials leaders, they are really flattening the vertical structures of organization, and really they like to work much more in collaboration with agility, and collective intelligence is very much appreciated by them. So we need to know that within our organizations so that we distribute this scanning process appropriately and correctly. We have a final driver, which is customer changes. And thank you for the fashion industry. And we understand that customers' behaviors is changing very much in this industry. And we also see that empowered by social networks and digital devices, consumers are increasingly dictating when and where and how they want to engage with organizations. Many now use tools such as social media or price comparison websites to inform their decisions and exert their power in the market. So instead of a funnel-shaped selection process, consumer journeys are more subject to interruptions, diversions, and delays, and we must understand that, and we must try to understand that within organization. When considering a purchase, consumers prefer sometimes to pull information rather than having businesses pushing information to them. So it's really shifting the role of the information management. Really strategies, tactics, and operations are really affected by many unforeseen social, economic, cultural, or technological events. In this context, managers should really focus on prevention, early warning, and early assessments of both the risks, the threats, or the opportunities to facilitate effective and efficient decision-making. To provide context also, insight and inspiration for decision-making, really managers and companies must possess comprehensive, up-to-date information about both the micro and the micro parameters. Really, everything is about decision-making and sticking out of the environment, i.e. being different than competitors and innovating. So this is why we talk about strategic intelligence. Really, strategic intelligence is important to be adopted. It's a recent approach developed in the beginning of the 80s, and it's a process by which organizations gather actionable information to decode the key changes in the environment, to be able to innovate, to find new models for growing, and also to be different from competitors. There are many definitions of strategic intelligence. I provide here 2 definitions. Really, it's a common feature that is viewed as a process to voluntarily seek for information, to draw conclusions, to ensure greater likelihood of success for an organization. So I will let you take the consideration these 2 definitions, but we will go for different aspects of the strategic intelligence. Really, this acceleration of changes of data in the environment calls for managing information. While many companies view strategic intelligence as a functional approach to learn about the future, some really views it as a very much option for systematic learning about and shaping the future of a company's company strategy. So the strategic intelligence is divided into 3 different aspects, as you can see here. First, it's about the scanning. I call it the reverse side of a coin. It's really to know, really be able to define how much we will exploit the data in the environment to be able to inform our decisions. The second part is really to protect the company. How much this information and knowledge is protected within the organization, securing not only physically but also intellectually the equity of the company. And the last part is really to influence, i.e. the front side of the coin, to let know. So to have actions in the environment in order to influence in a direction or in another direction. So in one direction or in another. So the strategic intelligence is on these 3 lines. We will focus on the scanning and we will focus on the influence. The protection is really the least developed part for the marketer. So we will definitely opt for the first, scanning, and the influence. As you can see here, there might be different angles in our strategic intelligence. We can have the focus on the offensive side or in the defensive side, or it could be used for detecting threats or more exploiting opportunities. So there are different possibilities for companies using the 3 facets of the strategic intelligence, according also to their business objectives. I'll think we have, let's see if it's now, we have interactive activity about this influence. No, no, not yet, but we will have later on an exercise on how much we think actions from companies are more on the offensive side or on the defensive side, present or past objective. Yes, sometimes there is this quotation that is important. Greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, if it is the illusion of knowledge. So sometimes managers think they know and they are really convinced they know, and that their opinion or their perception is the one from the market. but really it's not necessary like that. So we need to understand that we have to reconsider the situation from an unbiased perspective, and this requires a specific mindset that we will try to have after this course. As a last part of the introduction about strategic intelligence, we see also that there is opening new competencies linked to the management of the information. Like, for instance, propositions for market data analysts, data scientists, or business intelligence, or intelligence research specialists, or threats intelligence analysts, or influencers, or community managers. So in the different facets of the strategic intelligence, we see now through different examples that companies are searching for these competencies in the market. So having the right information in the hands of the right people at the right time will be important for having an impact on the market. Yes, a last concept in this intro is brought by Igor Antsov, and he worked really on strategic management, and he defined a new concept that is called the black swan. Always inventing what's next. Critical intelligence task is the surveillance of weak signals or strategic surprises that are really sudden, unfamiliar, but really affect the future performance of an organization or in a wider scope, society. So really highlighting the importance of forecasting and anticipating before the crisis is fundamental. We call it black swan. It's a metaphor to illustrate unlikely, but nonetheless high impact events that come as a surprise, but have a huge impact and are later rationalized. The unexpected that lies outside our imagination of possibilities, plus extreme impact, plus human tendency to find simplistic explanations retrospectively. Do you have any idea in mind of a black swan that was recently happening in our environment? No? In the society in general?
I think I have one to share. And this might be relevant to people who watch out for financial events around the world. As in 2023, a decentralized exchange named FTX has collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
And the effect was very serious all over the world. A lot of people lost their assets being traded or being kept in the exchange. And it all came from a fact that the management team of FTX, especially FTX US, has manipulated the use of capitals in a way that were bypassing the audit routine. And the event created such a huge catastrophic financial effect that the leader of FTX US is sentenced to, I think, as far as I remember, 125 years in jail in the US for that.
Okay, very good. Very good example. Another one that you really experienced a few years ago. We all experienced.
I think that you mentioned the COVID-19 pandemic when everything has changed the way we used to live and changed the way where we work. And a lot of businesses bring their data online and the digital and the digitalization is begin in 2020 and 2021 a lot. And yeah, I think that you want to mention.
Definitely. COVID was really unexpected. No one could imagine that. It had an extreme impact. And if you think about it now, a lot of people have this tendency to find explanations to this phenomenon retrospectively. So definitely simplifying a complex situation or an event that provoked a complex situation. So this is typically the black swan that we need to pay attention to, either specifically for industries in their specificities, or for the environment as a whole. Yes, let's go to WooClap for a question. I will stop the sharing here and we'll go for WooClap. And I will open a new question. What could be the next black swan according to you? Try to reflect. Okay. I will share the results. So you see, okay, there's no specific other category. So as you see in the results, okay, climate change, AI, the war. I have things I don't understand, and I will ask you for explanations. Yes, the geomagnetic reversal. Can you explain a little bit?
I throw that basically it is a change of the North Pole and the South Pole to another area of the Earth that make the magnetic field of the Earth change in a different way. So this affect a lot of things like where the sun's rise or where the water level will rise, and it will change the movement of the Earth
Okay.
in a mass. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Where I don't see really a black swan is in the answer inflation. Inflation has occurred several times in the past already, and it's a combination of different parameters. And I'm not sure it's really a black swan as compared to the other answers. And there is another one for which I need much more explanation. Cultured meat. Can you explain, please?
I put it as like it's a cultivated meat is the way that we can create food without having to kill animals. I think I read it somewhere that in Europe there's a successful case of culture meat, but I need to do more research on that. But that was the top of my head.
Okay, very good. Like transformed OMG.
Yeah, something like that. It's like lab grown.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, a lot are linked to wars, the impact of the different parts of wars or different wars in the different parts of the world right now. And also the climate change. I think you understand the importance of collecting these weak signals that might impact the way our businesses function or the products we put on the market or the way we tackle services in the market too. All right, thank you for your answers. And I suggest we have a 5 minutes break because we have, let me go back to the slide here, and I will share the screen to finish about the first part. So as we've seen, there are many drivers that in the context, in the environment, that push really us to be careful about really designing a strategic intelligence within our organizations. We had many drivers. I didn't put all of them, but the technologies, the big data, the VUCA environment, and the consumer or client changes, behavior changes are fundamental in the way we understand the market around us. And now, after the break, we will focus on the first step, which is the scanning. You have three parts of the strategic intelligence: the scanning, the protection, and the influence. And we'll go for the first one, which is how and why do we frame the scanning process. Okay, let's come back at 2:30. It's 2:27. Let's take a break to drink a glass of water or a coffee, as you like. And we are all here at 3:30. Sorry, it's already it's 30. It's 7:30 for you. Thank you. All right, we are back. So it's time now to start into the scanning process. And we will link that scanning process to two different parts of the environment. We know that all consumers, all clients, they change. So a focus on the customers and also on the competitors. So we will definitely have these two focuses in our understanding of the scanning. Yes, as I said, it's the reverse side of strategic intelligence. So the scanning is a multifaceted and strategic approach to help us reveal the environment, to provide our business units or our company with the information it needs to really anticipate the changes or to design an appropriate strategy to create value for customers or to grow the organization. The environment scanning consists in collecting and checking strategic information to detect threats and opportunities, really to anticipate and help the strategic decision making. So there are tools for researching, analyzing, and really later on protecting the information, and also organizing the knowledge within the companies, the know-how, the processes, the strategic information from internal or from external sources. So this is really a process with an objective, different methodologies, and you will recognize it through different keywords. Sometimes you have words like scanning, but we also have words like data management or collecting or knowledge management, whatever companies call it. It's the way to acquire the pertinent information for your own objectives and analyze it. So this process has a final objective, which is to guide actions, really, to observe, to detect, to analyze data, to guide the business in the future or in the present, if it's really to develop new products, for instance. So scanning serves two crucial tasks. The first involves the inductive collection of data with the aim of discerning the trends or the anomalies in the environment, and the second one to communicate laterally across the organization as a dynamic and continuous way. So it involves two aspects, the collection, but also the distribution of the information. It encompasses all areas, starting with the macro environment. You know, the PESTEL approach, the social, legal, environment, political, and technological. So this is, each of these categories includes important factors that impact the direction of a company. So social factors are those related to the population or the market served by the organization. The legal factors often coincide with political factors because laws are enacted by government entities. They include those things that are regulatory in nature. The political factors include taxation, tariffs, trade agreements, or labor regulations and environmental regulations. So the ability to conform with these regulations. Firms analyze economic indicators to make decisions about entering or exiting geographic markets or segment markets, or invest in expansion, or hire or lay off employees. And social cultural factors encompass everything from changing national demographics to fashion trends and changes in people's values and interests. Some factors might be difficult to categorize, or some issues can overlap two or more PESTEL areas. It really doesn't matter, but we need to have a really distinction, if possible, of these different areas and try to start collecting what is important in these areas. Other analyses complete the view of the threats and the opportunities, such as the Porter 5 models that has been developed by Michael Porter. and really trying to understand the competitive rivalry, the bargaining power of the suppliers and customers, and the threat of new entrants or substitutes. We can also think about the SWOT analysis, which is a micro-analytical tool focusing on specific companies' data and analysis. So it encompasses the scanning a lot of different areas, as you can see. We can see that as threats, of course, but also as opportunities. These factors can be, for instance, when urban millennials decide that car ownership is no longer attractive. Car manufacturers' sales are threatened. In Europe, it's happening. The guys being 30 years old, they don't want to own a car anymore. They think it's really outside of the possibilities for them, being very eco-conscious. And therefore, the big brands in Europe, they are really threatened in their market share. However, those same manufacturers might be able to adapt their sales methods to offer millennials some new services like car sharing services, taking advantage of this opportunity to earn revenues from these millennials who want access to cars for vacations or for big shopping trips, but not anymore for their everyday life. It could be also provided by the environmental awareness, which has spurred demand for solar panels, for instance. In Europe, private housing is really introducing those solar panels so that it helps consumers to have or to reduce the electricity prices down. To reduce these prices, to be able to cope with this inflation or the explosion of the prices, energy prices. So it provides both opportunities and threats, and we must be aware of it. The first focus of the scanning is really to anticipate and react to shifts in the social environment. We know that social media has changed customers' buying behavior. Consumers turn to friends and for recommendations on everything from mobile phones to really cars or to laundry detergent. Opinions from family and colleagues carry a great deal more influence on the ultimate purchase. So in a more society or international level, Greta Thunberg, you might know this 16 years old that faced the climate changes and launched the Fridays for Future, is really inspiring the new generation of eco-warriors, so to speak. So on the values levels, the focus on personal data is very important in Europe, for instance, and therefore the companies have to adapt and de facto fit with these new standards. So the changes in the social environment are really happening at different levels. We have also changes in the competitive area. So the competitive intel is one of the major thrusts of intelligence. It allows really to remain competitive by monitoring various channels, such as, for instance, LinkedIn, competitors' pages to identify new hires, or following competitors' executive Twitter accounts, or really following which trade shows companies are present in, or conferences, if you are in the scientific area, so to speak, really trying to focus on every area, every channel in which competitors are communicating or are moving, so to speak. So changing of prices, improved customer differentiation, improved features in the products or in the services companies are offering, the channels of distribution that are also very much changing. So this part of the Intel is really a big focus for the scanning. The next area of scanning is focused on the technological moves. As we understand, it's a driver. Of course, therefore, the scanning must focus also on this part. And the rise of the internet with the fast, low-cost communication it provides is one disrupting change of this decade. And often innovation occurs from outside the industry. Therefore, it's important to check key players' moves. Automation has increased efficiency for manufacturers, also trying to manage larger projects more accurately through artificial intelligence or introducing chatbots that aren't good for everything, but very good at helping customers quickly with simple issues, so to speak, improving the customer experience. So staying ahead of the technological moves is a part of the scanning too. We have also an objective in our marketing approach to provide better value to customers. We understood that customers are more empowered today. They are also more demanding and they are also less loyal. So the challenge for companies is to harness intelligence about about customers' moves and their comprehensively understanding their product demands, what's smart and what's useful in a product offering. So product intelligence takes a deep dive into the products typically engaging with the audience, and we'll need to put in place surveys to understand the differentiators and the competitive advantage of our offerings. So intelligence gathering should focus here on how to create and how to improve the customer relationships. It's about empowering customers with a knowledge that elevates their understanding such that they would choose your product and services to make their lives easier, so to speak. The regulation Intel is really the Intel focusing on intellectual property rights and patents. I understood that there was someone in the medical sector. Well, there, of course, patents are very important and are major issues in the legal realm, so to speak. Some industries are also facing counterfeit goods. It's also a big business. So for instance, for Lego, the Danish brand, it's very important to track sets that are trying to look like Lego sets, because with copycat products, consumers get no guarantee on the safety of what they are going to get in the package, but still it can affect the brand. So therefore, it's important for Lego to check these sets and to put actions because the promise to the consumer of the promise of assurance can sometimes not be respected. So it helps reassure customers that they've made the best choice, knowing that they can expect the quality when they buy these products and services. So respecting the market rules and legislation, for instance, in the streaming video industry, licensing fees are a significant cost for firms. So Netflix pays billions of dollars every year to movie and television studios for the right to broadcast their content. So intelligence, focus on regulation, on standards, on patents, on intellectual rights is also one area where we have an importance of the scanning. A phenomenon today that is becoming more important is to assess companies' reputation. So customers increasingly rely on online research when considering a purchase, and monitoring a company's reputation and reacting promptly is really helping to avoid crises and preventing negative news from spreading. It really provides valuable customer insights, what people love about your products, what they wish they could change, and what they feel is missing sometimes. Tracking brands mentions, as well as top collaborators mentions across the major social networks, and analyze the brand sentiment is crucial. It can secure really and find avoid any crisis situations. We have so all these aspects: competitive intel, technological intel, sales, marketing, legal, environment, all the types of intels can be either reactive or proactive, i.e., it means that we will decode the information from past or from a future perspective. So historical analysis or trend analysis is called the reactive process. It should pave the way to proactive. It's important, but it also should help us be much more proactive in engaging into the scanning process. Making assumptions, having a forward-looking perspective based on different weak signals we will have analyzed, anticipating problems or dealing with blind spots to prepare before the issue arrives at our door. So each type of intel can be, we can identify both proactive and reactive angles. It's very important. So all in all, we have a full scope, knowing the environment from different angles to avoid we did not see it coming phenomenon. So the combination of retrospective information and anticipative information is really key in our process. Observatory, which really mean to look at past and see what happened, and therefore take the necessary steps, but also combining these data with weak signals that has not yet appeared very much, and help us identify the most valuable moves. Let's have an example or an exercise on this both external, internal, or past and future perspective with the WooClap. So can I ask you to turn back to WooClap? And therefore, I will start the next question. So you will see in the next question that there are different company situation, and I will ask you to connect it with the either future, past, external, internal perspective. Okay, so you have 6 statements of companies' actions and try to connect it with these 4 categories of perspectives. Let's start. Okay, answers are coming. Let's see them. Okay, now we see we have 9 answers. Only. Mm, 10 answers, it doesn't move much. Let's see the results and why we say it's either proactive or reactive, internal, external. All right, so Mobifone analyzes what Vietel is offering his loyal customers. It's now and it's external because it's not within the company among the different possibilities. Second statement, Starbucks checks if coffee could profitably be sold on the Indian market. It's not yet now, so it's future, and it's external because we are considering entering the Indian market. Toyota collects information on patterns in the electric and solar cell classes. Patterns have to be kind of registered somewhere, so it's passed, and it's also external because it's about a different category maybe than the car they are operating on. Delphi Genetics checks Facebook and Twitter researchers' posts It's post Twitter post, it's really now, and it could also be past, of course, to check the past post, but what is important is the present post, and it's external because it's all about the researchers, all kinds of researchers. The last two, Peak Performance collects information about all counterfeit products in Vietnam. If it's counterfeit products, it has been already manufactured, so it's past and it's outside the company because it consists of analyzing the other manufacturers' products. And the last one, it's VNPT, which analyzes all communication it has created to reach their customers. Well, it is past because it's already published or communicated, and it's within the company, it is internal. Okay, so every action of a company linked to the scanning process could either be in the line of past or present, and external, internal. But the most important idea is to collect in a 360 view or perspective in order to get all the different insights. Clear for everyone?
Hi, professors. May I have the questions? I
Sure.
see that we have three period of timing: past, present, and futures. And how can I define which is the past, present, and futures? And how can I define the external and internal variable?
External consists in checking in the environment, outside the company. Internal is inside the company. Well, that's quite clear.
Okay, thank you.
Past, present, and future, you have it here. Do I see it? Do you see the slide here?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay, so past, it's about what happened before. Present is here, what is happening now. And future is tomorrow or in the next few years, what will happen. Is it clear for you?
Okay, I'm clear.
Yes? Okay, let's have examples of this past and future and maybe external an illustration. Virgin America is pretty much a superstar on Twitter and looking for ways to reward their audience. This airline partnered with Cloud, which is a platform of influencers, to provide free flights to Twitter influencers in a specific region, Ontario in Canada, to promote a new route towards Toronto. Okay, so it's really trying to mine the influencers sphere to approach and to influence the rest of the market. On the other side, we have an example, so it's quite more future or proactive oriented. On the other side, we can provide the example of Air France. During the Fukushima nuclear accident, the French people were racing to avert this nuclear catastrophe and were looking for affordable solutions to come back to France. Unfortunately, Air France had not stopped what a process called yield management, according to which the closest to the departure time, the more expensive the tickets. So when the French people tried to connect and find prices for coming back to France, they got like extremely high price, so due to this process. And when French people tried to alert the company through social networks, there was a tsunami of negative comments that were shared on social media, and the community manager stayed very silent during this period. So really, no proaction, no understanding of what was happening, no taking care of this sharing of comments on the social media. So really important to go for and be anticipative. Stop this yield management process and be more in line with what customers expect from you. There is also another example of very proactive or reactive attitude. La Redoute, which is a French French platform for different articles. So here in the picture, you see that they are promoting T-shirts and shorts for kids. But on the background, you can see on the background over there, there is unfortunately a naked man walking. They didn't take care of this background while they put the photo, and the picture made a lot of noise on the internet. This fail was appropriately used by Trois Suisses, a competitor here. You saw that Trois Suisses made a sense of humor by saying, okay, obviously not everyone knows that we have swimming suits at a specific price. And not only the direct competitors reacted, but also another brand reacted, Tipex, and they use this fail to launch a new print. We are all afraid of doing mistake, and please use Tipex as a correction product for your business, so to speak. So you see, there are very questionable management of a crisis on the left side from La Redoute, and there is a very proactive understanding of the situation and action to get the attention of the consumers or the clients, depending on your business. So you could have both reactive or proactive attitudes. That is important in managing a situation. Is it clear?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Lucy, can we still have some time for next concepts, or do we have to stop the process now? Oh, she's not there, maybe. Okay. No answer. We still have time, right? I'm asking you, the participants, we still have 1 hour together?
Yeah, it seems we have time until 9 p.m.
Normally, we should stop at 9, right?
Yes.
And what time is it for you now?
Now 8 o'clock.
Okay, so we still have an hour, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's continue then. All right, when we want to organize this process of scanning, we will definitely refer to the intelligence cycle. which has its roots in the context of the US intelligence community. It's really a robust and ongoing process to sense, to collect, to process, and to share the information. It is composed of 5 ongoing steps linked to the information management cycle. First, define the objectives, surveillance areas, topics, needs, keywords, and maybe depth level. Second, select the sources of information and collecting information that is relevant and meaningful. Then structure the collected information in an appropriate format and process with appropriate methods and tools. And finally, distribute and communicate the results and simplify the access for the users. So this is a circular, ongoing process, which is made of 5 different steps: orientation, sources selection, process, analysis, and sharing. Okay, so we will go for each steps now, one by one. To avoid collecting vast quantities of meaningless data, while simultaneously preventing a focus so narrow that crucial information is missed, the process starts with addressing properly the needs of the business units or the managers and share it to encourage a diversity of interpretations and views about the intelligence needs. So some needs require to look for information, info searching, which is relatively focused to find detailed information, and some needs call for a continuous monitoring activity, i.e. an iterative process, systematically retrieving information to guide actions. So this is the distinction in between info search. We have a specific problem and we need to collect data for that specific. We need to have detailed information about that, or continuously, the scanning, we continuously monitor the environment in a systematic way. But we need to pay attention that there are plenty of information at our disposal, but we only need part of that plenty of information. So we need to focus on the information we need. And to do so, we need to define the problem. And the use of this management needs identification process is a proven way in the scanning process. Questions that could be asked might be, what is the problem to be solved? What is the question that arises from that problem? What are the sub-questions that derive? And what is the context, for instance? What are the constraints we do have in the companies? Do we have plenty of time to address this issue, or do we need to focus and maybe we have limited resources also? So really the culmination of the problem formulation is the statement of the lines to put under surveillance, as well as the list of the main players. Both are ranked in terms of priority. So what are the lines? We will call it the kits. I will come back to that later on. The actors, the players in the market, the topics, pertinent topics, we rank them and we prioritize them. These topics must be as specific and unambiguous as possible. So we will build our scanning process, we call it the targeting matrix, crossing the topics and the actors, so to speak. So this is about defining the problem, the first part of the cycle, the intelligence cycle. Clear?
Clear.
Okay. All right. And in that, we have also this idea, we'll go to problem definition and hypothesis. When we define a problem, we might have in mind some hypothesis. For instance, there is a decrease in sales. My top managers can come to me and say, okay, research this problem. Why is there a decrease in sales? And he tells me the price is too high. Our product price is too high. If I focus only on this aspect, that is an assumption from my boss that the price is too high, I might come with a conclusion of a survey. I will go and ask the customers in different ways, or qualitatively or quantitatively. I come with a solution saying, okay, no, it's not the price. The price is not too high. Does it help or doesn't it help the situation? It doesn't help the situation very much, because I have a confirmation that it's not the price, but I have no idea what is the reasons why I do not sell anymore. All right, so this is about making a right problem definition or making the right hypothesis. Okay, let's have an example through an exercise, and I ask you to go back to WooClap, please. So in WooClap, I will start the next question. The situation is the following. There is a low penetration of cable TV, lower in Turkey than in the rest of Europe. Let's make some hypotheses. Tell me what kind of hypothesis you can have in mind.
I think from now.
No, you use the WooClap, please. You are on WooClap and you write your hypothesis. You have access to the question on WooClap? Okay, I see some who are answering. Very good. Let's go. Any hypothesis that comes in your mind? Okay, I have some answers. I have 12 answers. Very good. Let's see and share the answers. Okay, now you could see the answers. Plenty of hypotheses. Okay, so yeah. You need to put a full hypothesis, huh? Okay, high price, I don't know what high price of what. Okay, dominance of TV satellite, okay. Economic factors, okay. Lack of good and attractive content, okay. Maybe the first competitor, Netflix, is already very much present, okay. All right. The use of mobile. Okay. Online streaming. I see you have good ideas about hypothesis generation. Why could that be that there is a difficulty to move into that direction? All right, thank you for sharing that. I stop the sharing. I go back to the concepts. All right. So here are ideas of possible hypotheses. We are first going for the SLEPT or the pastel analysis. Economic, okay? Purchasing power could be lower in Turkey, all right? From this hypothesis, I will generate ideas about data to connect. So I need to know the average income. I need to know the average cost of living in Turkey, the number of TVs per household, whatever. So this hypothesis guides me to data collection. What kind of data I need to collect for that specific hypothesis. If I take the second hypothesis, leisure and culture might be different in Turkey. All right, therefore, I need to understand how much inhabitants are spending for the leisure time, what languages maybe, what are program perceptions and so on about leisure and culture. Do you understand? If I have a hypothesis that the use of internet is a substitute of TV and it's more popular in Turkey, well, I need to go for insights in terms of price and use of the internet, average number of computers of there, and so on and so on. So you see, for each hypothesis I generate, this will guide me for specific data I need to collect. So the more precise I am in defining the problem, the easiest I will be led to the data I need to collect, and the easiest I will sometimes have these kind of data. Do you see the process? Do you see the importance of defining correctly the problem you have at stake, whether you are in the marketing, in a more customer service, more communication area of marketing? You will have to define the problem specifically, trying to suggest hypotheses, and therefore collect the right data for your hypothesis. Hypotheses can be very different and very much leading to different data to collect. Clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the first step. An important aspect of the cycle, it's about the definition of the problem. Okay. And to mention this importance, we go back to someone very, very long time ago who said that the formulation of a problem is far more often essential than its solution, which may be merely a matter of mathematical or experimental skills. So to raise new questions, new possibilities, to regard all problems from a new angle requires creative imagination and marks real advances in science. So Einstein said that a long time ago. Formulation of the problem is far more essential than the solution, so to speak, because it helps us structure the problem and structure the critical data we need to solve the problem. All right. Focusing on what we call the KIDS, it's an acronym and very easy to remember, key intelligence topics. So the key intelligence topics process has been used by many companies to identify and really prioritize the management's key intelligence needs. And there are three areas. The first is the strategic decisions and actions, really including the development of strategic plans or the development of products or services, new innovations, and so on. The early warning topics, okay, so early warning, trying to include competitors' initiatives, technological surprises, governmental actions, and any development disruptions that might appear, that might show signals in the market. And the last part is the key players, really. What are the actors? It could be various different actors, players in the specific marketplace, competitors, customers, suppliers, regulators, potential partners. Okay, so it's a variety of different players. Combining the KIDS around decision and actions, warning topics, and key players is fundamental in order to have a wide scope of the situation. Okay, so this closes the definition of the problem. The definition of the problem leads to KIDS, which also leads to the type of data we'll need to collect. Then we have the second part, which is selecting the sources of information. 90% of the world's data was created in the last 3 years. With so much data out of here, it's an opportunity to find data for analysis from external or internal sources. External sources are websites or social media, and internal data are really coming from call centers, customer email, surveys, data from different surveys we have in our companies. Primary sources are first-hand documents that provide direct evidence on a research topic, and they can be obtained through qualitative methods to understand the behaviors, explain the behaviors, or quantitative methods to measure, to calculate, to describe. And secondary sources through desk research intelligence, gathering must be, of course, legal and ethical. 80% of the info is open, using search tools or databases, or it's gray from experts or from or information you found in an indirect way. And sometimes part of the information is black, i.e. obtained in an illegal manner, like industrial spying, for instance, quite very much present in some industries like the aeronautic industry, where you have a lot of spying. So different sources, primary or secondary, everything that's already published, 3 types of sources, gray, white, and black. And also we can add, do we need to constantly evaluate the production of these sources every day, several times a month or several times a year, or never, because it doesn't really impact our actions and decisions. So first, defining the problem. Second, selecting the sources. And the last part would be to evaluate the validity of these sources. Okay, to do so, we can first integrate the parameter of richness, the capacity of that source to bring many and varied valuable information. That's the first factor. A second parameter could be the performance in time. Maybe once it has provided an information that was really important for us, but it doesn't do so systematically and continuously. So the performance in time is also important to evaluate. Third is the reliability. Okay, they provide information, but how much biased is it? How much reliable is it? Categorize the reliability from the different sources. The discretion. We all know that the more the information is known, the less valuable it is. Okay, if everyone knows it, it doesn't bring a lot of value. But if it is an information that is not necessarily well known, then it might be more valuable for our organizations. And the last one is the vulnerability. Could this source stop in time? Okay, so could no longer provide information. For instance, if it's a human resource, if that person dies, for instance, well, there will be no possibility to collect any more data from that source. Okay, or for instance, if in the organization, one collaborator informs a lot the managers about significant events, and he stops working for the company, well, we have a problem there because of the vulnerability of this source. But so not only we select different sources, but we also rank these different sources according to these different parameters. We also need to go for multiple sources. It could be linked to the big data, the fact that there is a scale of data, there is a variety of data, and also a velocity linked to the data. Well, we have different categories and different options we need to include in our scanning. It could be SIGINT, okay? So it's signals intelligence and electronic signals, calls, faxes, emails. These information, some informations might come from there. It could be also visual information, okay? Visual intelligence, satellites, drones, other methods of capturing images, long-range cameras, so to speak. So it's starting to be much more in images in today than before. So important to include also the VISINT. It could also be HUMINT, i.e. you have a representative somewhere in different parts of the world that collects information for you. could be, of course, diplomatic attaches. It could be different spies you have somewhere. It's much more linked to espionage, this kind of information. And finally, you have all the open sources, the OSINT, intelligence that include images, text, voice recognition. More than 400 million people speak to Siri every day. So 500 million speaking to Google Assistant, millions speaking to Cortana, more than 20% of all search occurring through voice. So these statistics shows that voice and images are taking a big part of the pie nowadays. So we know that the world of typing and regarding is transitioning to speaking and listening, really. So it's a change in the world, and it's a change in the sources and the type, the format of the information we can collect. I want also to focus on something interesting, which is the weak signals. Have you ever heard about weak signals? No? No one has heard about the weak and strong signals?
Not yet.
Not yet? Okay. So you should also consider the 80-20 rule in relation to internal and external sources of information. For example, most of what you need to know about your competition can be found somewhere within your own organization, like salespeople, mingling with other salespeople within the same industry. Many employees having experience from competing companies when they meet when they negotiate, for instance. Procurement personnel will have a complete listing of suppliers in a specific industry. Senior managers, research personnel, and others, they might publish reports, participate in speech, also in conferences. So also info from call center personnel are sharply interesting for specific questions. Legal personnel can also help define regulatory risks that are unique to your industry. All of these internal sources can represent great sources of intelligence. Almost every industry will have some form of trade shows. So trade shows provide also direct face-to-face venue for studying the competition. So as you might expect, competitive intelligence should be somewhat aggressive at trade shows. Here are a few examples, like collecting brochures, samples, pricing lists, and other product information, and conversing with the competitors' people, as well as industry experts of unpublished, so to speak, or exclusive information. So obtaining the trade show directory, for instance, a complete listing of competitors, suppliers, sponsors, and other key players in the industry is very important. So we're allowed taking photographs of products and other displays to document really the development within specific industries. So weak signals, strong signals are all these that we see, that we can that are already, so to speak, published. Advertising, promotion material, tech report, press release, all these are important to consider. But also what is critical is to detect the weak signals, i.e. something a little bit like the black swan we talked about before. It's really important to go for these weak signals. are you familiar with the three types of research families?
Yes, I familiar with the concept of the qualitative survey and quantitative survey.
Okay, very much. Very good. So we can add a first layer, which is the desk research. So the desk research is when we have a problem, we go first for everything that has already been published and collect the data from secondary data, i.e. data that has been already published by someone or has already analyzed by someone. For that, we use, of course, a lot of keywords, and we try to minimize the noise around these around the results of the keywords as such. Then we have the other family, which is the qualitative. It's simple to remember. It answers the question why. So we will go and explore and understand different questions, but we want to understand. That's the first question. And then we have all the quantitative families, which are to measure. We want not only to, we don't want to understand, we want to measure here. We want to calculate. We want to know how many people think the same, for instance. So in the qualitative, we want to know what they think. In the quantitative, we want to know how many think the same. All right, so these three research families help us also guide our collection of signals. Okay, more precisely about the weak signals. We need to pay attention to those because it can inform about the importance of a phenomenon that is starting but doesn't really show as an important aspect. Per se, weak signals are vague. They are relatively difficult to assess, may have unknown or obscure motives, but maybe difficult also to interpret, unexpected, fragmentary, incomplete, or ambiguous information. But we need to listen to them, and we need to understand how, or start to understand how we can interpret them, how much it can lead to a more strong signals, how much it can provide us with a more interesting way to decide on specific actions. And for instance, let me give you the example I experienced myself. I was writing a case study on Delvaux. No? Delvaux, it's a Belgian company, the oldest Belgian leather goods luxury brand, and they wanted to delocalize in Vietnam. As I am often in Vietnam, in 2009, I saw that and I started to gather a similar or connected information. I said, oh, wow, why is Delvaux starting to delocate in Vietnam? So I tried to collect desk research, to collect data that is already published and establish links in between this, for me, weak signal. I didn't understand the importance of it. It's just one info that comes somewhere and may be important to follow. Little by little, I collect data, and I find that at the end, the possible final step was the acquisition of Delvaux by a Chinese investment group called Fung Brands. So at the very beginning, in 2009, was just how Delvaux is going to manufacture in Vietnam, different possibilities. Vietnam has the know-how to help Delvaux manufacture these very luxury bags. Or Hypothesis 2, it tries to find a very a lower manufacturing price for, or cost for their products or whatever. And then little by little, I find that at the end of the day, Delvaux has been bought by another Chinese company. So if I am in that kind of business too, if I read this at a specific time, I need to investigate more and more and to cross-check the fragmentation of these weak signals, because it might impact me in the long run. Maybe I'm also a small luxury brand, and maybe I will also be bought by this Fung brand group, or maybe I have to put in action a new strategy to counteract whatever. So making use of these weak signals, making for the fragmentation of these weak signals, starting to collect more and more data in order to have a better, unambiguous interpretation of these signals. Similar, for instance, I saw another weak signals, H&M, so clothing company, big Swedish clothing company, selling used clothes in some of their stores. This was something published in the Finnish newspaper. Well, start also to collect similar information. Do I see other newspapers talking about that, or other experts talking about that? What are the links? Why is that? Why is there a possibility to have second-hand as well as first-hand clothes? And start collaboratively to make sense about this phenomenon. So this is really the weak signal analysis. So if I go back here, a weak signal is really sketchy. There is no clear interpretation. Then it can become an alert, something that really starts to be useful for me and for my business. And finally, it becomes a strong signals, i.e. visible for everyone, and published a lot of published info about it. But the more I detect weak signals, the more I can be prepared myself to adopt the necessary specific strategy. Clear? All right. Let me go now for an important distinction in between what we call data and what are the different steps to knowledge, so to speak. So the most elementary types and the base of the strategic intelligence are the data, the information and the intelligence, the knowledge. Data are raw, unstructured, unconnected pieces of information. It's nice to know, but so what? Information are data that has been given context to, and hence have informational value. It's interesting, but how does it relate to what I do? And intelligence or knowledge is information that has been analyzed and shaped into intelligence for decision support to fully appreciate the implications and impact on the organization. So from data, we move to information and finally to knowledge. Okay, So if I take the example of a raw element, a data, like here in Belgium, it's less than 17 degrees today, 17 degrees, sorry. 17 degrees, it's one data, it's okay, it's nice to know, but what? Information, okay, today it's 17 degrees in Liège, where I live. It gives already a specific context. And knowledge, okay, I analyze this, and therefore I will dress consequently. I will put the pullover, or I will take a t-shirt, whatever the situation. So it's analyzed for an action or a specific strategy for an organization. Do we see the difference between these three levels of the intelligence?
Yes.
Okay, clear for everyone? Okay, let's have a Woo clap then to see if you manage this properly. So yeah, before we go, data, raw facts, figures, records, whatever. Okay, information, data placed in a form that makes sense already, timely and accurately, and knowledge in the context that gives me insights and help me or lead me to specific actions. Okay, let's go for a quiz on this concept. Let's go to Woo clap. Okay, so consider the following statements and categorize them as data, info, or knowledge, please. Okay, how many have already answered? 13. As we do not have much time, I will stop now and share with you the correct answers. So, if the number of customers rises sharply on Saturdays, extra staff is required. Okay. So it's an information it's data that is contextualized and which means that I have a specific action. Clear? Company A has a 18% share of market in Germany. The correct is data. It could be a little bit, so what, so to speak. So what? We know it's in Germany, right? But so what? We don't know much what to do about it. So basically, it's data. The number of our Vietnamese customers have dropped by 10% this month. Okay, this is already contextualized, a little bit more situation around the data. So it's more linked like info. And the last one, the new CEO for our key competitor has a consistent pattern of investing in research type projects. It's really important to understand that this might have an impact on the way he will lead the new company, and therefore it's much more like knowledge. Okay, I know he will definitely invest more in these types of projects in his new management, and therefore probably R&D will be more important in the company, new product, new innovations, whatever. So this is much more like an info, a knowledge, sorry. Clear for everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes it's important to know if we are just in the info or if we are a little bit more advanced in the type of data we collect. Let's go for... Okay, I know we have some minutes more. Okay, so now we have to convert the information we have collected. It's a process of collecting the information. We will structure this information in different ways, depending on the type of problem we have at stake. It could be extracting the data from images and PDF files, transformation of data into a more usable format, or data enrichment. We have collected data, but we connect it with data. We enrich it with data we had already in the organization or outside of the organization. It could be also translation from one language to another language. And here, of course, the help of AI is important. And maybe we could add a confidence score to the collected information. So we could start to process and make sure the data we have is in a specific format and might help us in starting defining, bringing solution. So you have different types of formats and different types of media. So we had first step, problem definition, selecting of sources, collection, and then we have the analysis and the production. In here, we will focus on interpreting the data. Finally, we use the information to answer a specific question that has been defined in the first stage. So integrating these data into a coherent whole, put the evaluated information in context and produce a finished intelligence involves the process like integrating, recognizing the pattern, and correlating the information to create more detailed stories by at least two sources. So possible process in the analysis, analytical thinking, and the communication into bulletins, newsletters, or annual reports, depending on the specific question we have at stake. In the final step, it's about distributing closing the loop. We needed data for a specific question. We collected that data, we analyzed that data, and we transmit that data to the specific person. So the right information for the right person at the right moment for the right decision. So intelligence is disseminated in many forms, variety of means. Finished intelligence products can be in terms of weekly news, monthly news, or annual timing in the way we produce this intelligence. But at least we need to communicate the results in a very user-friendly mode to the right people. And we close the loop. This is what is important. So we have this intelligence cycle that's fundamental in the way we start to structure the scanning process. There are difficulties in implementing a scanning process in companies. Difficulties come from 3 areas. First, challenges connected to the nature of the company, the culture of the company leaders who do not rely only on intelligence to clarify situation, but rather base their decisions on their own direct understanding of the environment. It also can be linked to a behavioral aspect. So aversions to change, individual engagement level needed to continue the process, and collaborative engagement. And finally, a strategic challenge, viewing the scanning process as a systemic governance to lead the future of companies by exploiting new technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning. So it is not yet very much integrated in companies. There are difficulties, could also be a resource difficulty, i.e. the financial or the human resources, the ability of the people to do so, to process. So if I have to conclude about the watcher or the scanner, the person who is responsible for the scanning in an organization, we could use the metaphor of the bees. Oh, you know the bees? First, like in a hive, bees have thousands of activities and responsibilities. They need to detect weak signals. They need to indicate in a common language to their collaborators. They need to collect the data. They need to build and organize the knowledge, and finally protect the process. So it's really like the life of bees. The daily activities of a scanner or watcher is really comparable to that of bees. We have also at our disposal many ways to automate the process. So at each step of the cycle, we can introduce technologies. When we talk about sources, we have, of course, the possibility to use search engines. And we know that Google is the most popular search engine that people use to find almost everything on the web. For this traditional keywords-based approach, there are several other search engines popular in various regions of the world, not just Google. Additionally, using what we call the advanced search possibilities allow to reduce the noise in the process. Monitoring multiple social networks sites, including Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, using search engines is also interesting to find what people say, what people feel, what people, how people rate the different brands. For that, social mention can be used. Or we could also have Facebook graph search. I know Facebook is not that popular in Vietnam, but we could have Twitter advanced search also to help people search people, words, and places together. We could also have Flickr as a largest photo and video sharing site with filter options, and also YouTube, of course, with videos. We could, so you see, for each step, I will not define all the different possible technologies, but there is a way to automate the process, depend on where we are, what we are looking for, where we are looking for that information. There might be an interesting technology that helps us avoid losing time and also be more efficient and structured. If possible, we will use 1 or 2 during our exercise. When we are together, we will try to have a potential use of one of these tools. All right. Yes, I think we are clear for today's session. We have first seen that there are multiple areas where we can find intelligence for companies. We also understood that there were drivers that are in the environment that push us to accelerate this movement, this process of strategic intelligence. We have seen that strategic intelligence is defined in 3 aspects. First, the scanning, second, the protection, and third, the influence. And we have digged a little bit into how we first define the process of the scanning by having this intelligence cycle that is distributed into different steps, defining the problems, selecting the sources, collecting the data, analyzing the data, and aggregated the data, and finally distributing the data to finish the loop. Okay. For each of these steps, we have a possibility to introduce some technologies that are changing every day, of course. And tomorrow, tomorrow, we will see how we will dig into customers and competitors. That will be our task for tomorrow. If you have some questions, I can answer it now. We can have a kind of Q&A now about the content of this first session. I will also take the time to analyze your answers to the different questions so that I see what is clearly understood and what needs a little bit more digging. Any question? You can pose it in the chat box. No, everything was clear for you? Okay, no questions at all. All right, then we close this session now. And if by tomorrow you have any question, don't hesitate. I will put online already the first part of the PowerPoint presentation. And we will see each other tomorrow, same time, same location, i.e. online. And I wish you all an excellent evening.
Thank
Professor,
you, Professor.
can you upload the slide by today so we can look at the document before
Definitely, I will do it now.
Yeah, thank you.